Good evening. Today is Tuesday, March 7. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, March 7, 2023. The time is 5 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, Successor Agency.
Point of privilege.
Agency, the City is Housing Assets.
There's echo and it kind of interferes with the listening.
So Member Gomez, if you will kindly get the attention of the chair by saying Madam Mayor to begin with. So does anybody else hear an echo?
Yes, I'm addressing it with IT right now.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to, can you understand what I'm saying back there? All right,
Let's try
we'll go ahead. All right. I think I left off with the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. The City is Housing Assets, Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Harriman,
Here.
Councilmember Irving,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
All right, thank you. With that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the introduction to public comments. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that said, in reviewing the order of our business this evening and in considering the public interest, especially in light of the chair having to adjourn our closed session prematurely at our last meeting, the chair invites a motion to adjourn closed session until directly following the conclusion of this evening's regular session.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first by Councilmember Irving, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we are now going to adjourn. We will resume open session at 6 p.m.
Test.
Same girl that was videoing for her. Get it. Pretty nice. Oh, a couple of ties. Maybe the first one.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, March 7, 2023. The time is 6 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City is Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Present.
Councilmember Gomez,
Here.
Councilmember Harriman, Councilmember Irving,
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you very much. All right, well, our invocation this evening was to be led by Father Hyacinth Ebay of St. Joan of Arc Catholic Church, but I do not see him in the audience. And so the chair is going to take that on this evening. Following the invocation, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Captain John Wickham. So if everyone is able, please rise for the invocation. Father in heaven, we thank you so much for the privilege of coming together as a community where the will of the people can be heard, where you have made yourself available to us, because when there's two or more of us in your name, you are here with us. So we thank you that you are with us. We ask that you would guide us, that you would help us make decisions tonight that are wise and in keeping with your precepts and your ways, your holy way. We pray that everything that we do tonight, Lord, would be only that glorifies your name. And we hope that whatever you hear this evening is a sweet fragrance to your ears. We pray all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Well, with that said, we're going to have several presentations.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Before we get started with the business of the city, I'd like to request that I move my seat.
Yes. With that said, then I'm going to have you and Member Harriman exchange seats.
Thank you very much.
Moment to do that. Absolutely. All right, beginning with our first presentation this evening, this is the Arson Shift Investigator Program presentation. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We do have a presentation to give. I'll ask the Chief Rakowski introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler, Your Honor, and members of the council. Tonight with us, we have several members of our Fire Prevention and Operation Division in attendance. I would like to introduce to you our Deputy Fire Marshal, Battalion Chief Goth, who come down and take the dies and do a brief presentation and overview of the program. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. As Chief said, my name is Mike Goth. I'm the Battalion Chief Deputy Fire Marshal, and I run the Fire Prevention Division. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, the council, fire management, and city management for allowing us to come out and do this presentation. Without your assistance, this unit would not have come to fruition, so we appreciate your time. So real quick, the fire investigation unit, of which the arson shift investigators are part of, are merely a small unit within the fire prevention division, which consists of 4 units. You have the community safety unit, which is the field inspection unit and enforcement that go out and provide the fire and life safety inspections and new construction and development inspections. You have our community development unit, which is our pre-plans and our planning review, where they come in and then we do pre-submittals and work with other departments within the city to go ahead and move forward with development. Then we have our community risk unit, which also works with other city units to assess the risk within the city and then to provide a solution to that. And then last will be the fire investigation unit, which we'll be talking about today. The fire investigation unit consists of myself as the lead investigator and then 3 shift investigators. We currently have 2 assigned as arson shift investigators, which I will introduce here in a moment. Basically, the goal of the unit is to investigate fire and that occur within the city and to determine the origin and cause. By determining the origin and cause, we can look and determine whether it's accidental, incendiary, or arson, as you know, or if it's an undetermined or natural act. Even if it's an accidental fire, by investigating the fires, we can come back to the fire prevention unit and we can use our community risk unit to educate the public. And that's part of what the unit does, which is to support the fire department and the prevention's overall goal, which is to create a fire and life safe environment for the citizens, visitors, and business owners within the city of Victorville. As part of that, we look to address the fire issues within the city based off of these investigations. And then we assist other divisions other departments within the city with code enforcement related to fire, such as assisting code and building division with their support. So that comes from me, and that also comes from the arson shift investigators because they have certain abilities that they can go in and assist above and beyond what my fire inspectors have. We also will assist the sheriff's department if we do determine that it is arson. The sheriff will take the lead on it since it's a criminal activity, and we will serve as the subject matter experts for fire investigation itself to assist with prosecution. And since the inception of this program, approximately 1.5 years ago, in its earlier form and now in its current incarnation, it's led to assisting the sheriff's department with approximately 12 arrests and 7 prosecutions and 5 that are still pending, working their way through the court system. We also look to reduce the nuisance fire within the city because of some of the areas that we have that are high prone, such as the river bottom. We try to go out and assist code enforcement with doing enforcement and also with the sheriff's department to try and reduce what we have out there. So now that you know that, let's take a look at what it takes for our members of the fire department to become an arson shift investigator. The first part is they will go out on their own to obtain training from the state fire marshal in fire investigation, which consists of 3 classes that are 40 hours each. So they attain 120 hours in fire investigation. From there, they go out and they learn about search and seizure under a PC 832, which is 40 hours. So it's a total of 160 hours. And then they go through a state and they get issued a task book through the state fire marshal's office, which basically takes them anywhere from 3 to 6 months to get certified within that. And then as part of that, they get an additional 80 hours of training within that task book. We also have different post-certified classes that they have to go through, which is Peace Officer Commission on Standards and Training. And then once they've done that, they apply for the position if we have an opening, and they go through a resume review, and then they go through a structured interview. And then our current assigned folks within the FIU unit are going to be Captain James Lanfar. He's assigned as our to A shift. We have Captain Tim Ortiz. He is assigned to C shift. And currently I'm the unit supervisor. And since we do not have anybody covering B shift, that is a task that I end up going forward with. So at that time, this is going to conclude the presentation, and I'd default to Chief Rakowski to go ahead and have the other members come forward for the swearing in.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, I'll have you oversee this as well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we please have Battalion Chief Deputy Fire Marshal Goff remain up front? And then Captain Arson Investigator James Lanfar, please come down. And Captain Arson Investigator Tim Ortiz, please come down as well. And then Battalion Chief Robert Clemmer. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear. Support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will, well and faithfully, discharge the duties on which I'm about to enter. You, and if you have anybody that's going to do penning for you guys, they're welcome to come up and do the penning. Okay. And then just sign.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And again, congratulations to all of you. And thank you so much for your very hard work. Before we move on, Father eBay, I regret to tell you that I led the invocation this evening, and it was not as good, most certainly, than you would have done. We trust that you will be with us again to lead us in prayer. You're always welcome here. Thank you, Father. All right, with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the presentation of the agenda and any revisions thereto. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one revision to the agenda this evening. This is for agenda item number 2. Revised staff report that includes the following changes. Fiscal impact section. General fund expenditures for city operations are projected to be $95,065,959. The general fund operating budget will be offset by revenue projections of $88,444,688, requiring an appropriation from unencumbered fund balance of $4,506,218 to balance the general fund budget. This takes into account the annual payment of $1 million from the Victorville Municipal Utility Services to the general fund for repayment of a loan agreement, along with the $1,115,053 in rolled over CIP project expenses. The discussion section, overview of major changes and recommended adjustments by fund. General Fund, Fund 100 will need an appropriation from the unencumbered fund balance in the amount of $4,506,218 to offset the overall reductions in permitting, plan check, and inspection fees to ensure a balanced budget of revenues to expenditures. In the conclusion section, second sentence, change the word anticipated to expected to read. Expected slowdown of residential permitted improvements and growth occurred sooner than anticipated, although industrial growth is still occurring. That concludes the revisions to the agenda, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to the, excuse me, conflict of interest declarations. Council members. Hearing none, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to the introduction to public comments. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, do we have requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Well, everyone, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your city council is interested in your ideas and your opinions, and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, this council must be able to carry out its business in an orderly and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Sections 54957.9 and .95. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comment section, providing those are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing item has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing that particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that the staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from her public office or his public office, and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as other public participants. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Elvia Hernandez.
Good evening, Ms. Hernandez. Welcome.
Hello, council members and mayor.
Can we ask you to speak up just a little bit?
Is this better?
That's so much better. Thank you.
When does my time start or?
And is it, Madam Clerk, is it a non-agendized matter?
Yes, a non-agendized matter, ma'am.
Thank you. Welcome.
I will be in. Hello, council members and mayor. I, alongside others, have conducted mutual aid to unhoused individuals in the Victorville area for about 3 years now, starting back in 2020. It has been difficult to see folks try to claw their way back up from nothing to be met with many obstacles. For the sake of keeping this short, I will only provide 2 examples. One, a conversation in which an individual met with one of the Hope Sheriff's team member to acquire a state-issued ID, but did not receive follow-up, although they did wait several weeks in the same encampment to receive follow-up from the member or other Hope Sheriff team members. And second, the issue of not having a mailing address. Unfortunately, PO boxes are quite expensive for unhoused individuals, but in cases, we had individuals reach out to us in the mutual aid group to provide a PO box under their name so that they can receive disabilities checks or, retirement checks to their personal address, but we were not financially able to help them. I bring this up to the council as a reminder that these issues are not really issues that code enforcement can solve. Yet code enforcement is most likely to be the ones that unhoused individuals in the city communicate with. Solving even these just 2 issues, the physical mailing address and state issue ID, would require coordination between the city of Victorville, state DMV, and maybe even an agreement to be reached with the post office in this municipality region. I'm sure all of you know the head count right now of unhoused individuals is about 455 for the city of Victorville. That is second only to the 1,300 and some unhoused, unsheltered individuals in San Bernardino. I bring this to please make this a point to have a deeper understanding and rethink the approach in which those individuals are spoken to and who they speak with. It would be great to see them speak first and foremost with social workers and to be followed up with social workers. I understand that many of individuals have mental breakdowns, and it's understood that social workers might need protection, but it is important to understand that they are still people and their needs comes first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hernandez. Madam Clerk. So applause is all right. We had a former council that didn't allow that. This chair believes it's part of your First Amendment rights as long as it's polite and civil so that everyone continues to feel welcome here. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Karima Abdul Kabir on a non-agendized item.
Good evening and welcome. Glad to have you here with us.
Hi, welcome. My name is Karima Abdul-Kabir. I'm talking about several non-agendized items. One is from Yolette Rios, a landlord in Victorville. She also wanted to speak on the homeless crisis. She wants to talk particularly about the High Desert Homeless Shelter. She called several different times, day and night. She was not able to talk to a person nor leave a message, and this is unhelpful and should be fixed. So for the past several months, she's been worried about unsheltered individuals residing in Victorville in this cold wintry weather, even though we have 2 shelters that can shelter just a small part of the homeless population, and projects are underway. She applauds these efforts. But there are still individuals sleeping outdoor, even in these temperatures. Orange County was able to have successful programs that provide a warm, safe place for an individual. The individual only has to provide their name and birth date. No background check. This is humane, compassionate manner to work with people who are disenfranchised. I urge the Victor Valley City to immediately investigate the establishment of a temporary emergency low barrier, warming, or even cooling, as we're about to change seasons, for our homeless individuals. We can prevent people from literally freezing to death on our city streets. And she says, thank you for your time. Scott Brown, of North Army continues, it's traumatic to be homeless. We need not forget that people medicate to deal with the trauma of being without shelter. For emergency services, there should only be a check-in and sign-in process, not a medium barrier of a background check. And seeing as I'll have time, I wanted to address the issues of the last city council meeting and the First Amendment Council. People being arrested for thought crimes, as in the movie Minority Reports. People being arrested for things that they say they're going to do before they do them. I support the First Amendment Council, even though Blanca and I haven't always seen eye to eye, and I haven't always voted for her on various issues. I still support the right for people to state their case. And any other issue should be handled before a judge who is trained to look at these issues. And I also, on behalf of the people of Victorville, I think they're beginning to wonder, how much is this all costing? All the various lawsuits, all the various legal fees. I'm sure Mr. Dubornowski does not have time to deal with every single issue and keep on top of the city's issues. So how much are we seeking outside counsel and how much is it costing? And that is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Abdul Kabir. We appreciate your coming here tonight. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is David Stedman on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Mr. Stedman. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is David Stedman. I am here because of some articles. I didn't know about the other people speaking, but anyways, the state of California spent nearly $10 billion and provided services to more than 571,000 people. That breaks down to 17,500 an individual. In the time remaining, I would like for the council to tell me who I see, what department or whatever, that can tell me what the funds are that come in from the government and if they go into a pool or they're kept separate. So while you're thinking about that, I'm also responsible for securing speakers for a group known as the Seniors with Inquiring Minds, SWIM. And I have been trying for months to get somebody from the law enforcement department. I have been told we had no police chief. I didn't use the word police captain because I didn't know I should have. But anyways, while you're thinking about who I should see as far as getting funds from the state and how I can follow where those funds go, I would like to give my business card to, you are John Hogeman? Not sitting in his seat or something. Okay, I will be right back.
No, Mr. Stedman, you don't have permission to approach. Mr. Stedman, one moment. You need permission to approach the dais, sir.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You need permission to approach the dais, sir. So thank you very much.
Great.
Please,
Can I have
so,
permission to approach?
hold on one second. So while you do that, I would also like, with the questions that you've asked, if you could give your information as well to our city clerk so that someone from the city manager's office can get in touch with you and answer your questions.
So I get in touch with the city clerk. The city clerk is going to get in touch with somebody else who will then call me.
The city clerk will organize someone to speak with you to respond to your questions.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
and you
you.
may do that, sir.
Now, may
Yes,
I
sir.
approach?
If you'd like to, unless you'd like to speak further.
No, I have nothing more to say. I'd just
Okay.
like to give a
Yes.
business card so he can give me a call so I can get a speaker, talk
You
about
bet. Yes,
sex
sir.
trafficking, crimes in the high desert and whatever.
Yes, sir, you bet. And if you don't have another card, that's all right. We can ask Captain Wickham maybe to share it with our city. Would that work?
How many cards you want?
No, you have a supply. We're good. Go ahead, please.
I do have more.
Good for you.
Thank you.
You bet.
Our next speaker is Brendan O'Brien.
Thank you. Mr. Stedman, once again, thank you, sir. Welcome, Mr. O'Brien.
And it's a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, city council members and Mayor Deborah Jones. My name is Brendan O'Brien and I represent a group that invests here in Victorville. And I've been coming to the city council meetings for about 2 years and usually have agenda items to discuss. At this point, I want to just take a brief moment to really share my thoughts, a little bit of aggravation towards behavior of, I won't mention the name of a city council member who, unfortunately, for the last 2 years has been very difficult for me at least to process behavior. And I understand the concept of the First Amendment rights, and I hear that being brought up quite a bit. However, in city council, a role that this person's elected to, they're elected to have a voice for a group of people, but there are rules and procedures in the city council that I think that this person is unaware of for some reason. And whether our First Amendment rights or not, there are rules that this person should be aware of. And I would think that this person would be aware of it after 2 years of being in office or more. And I think, I've been in a number of different city council meetings across LA, and I've seen a lot of different behavior, but the first time I saw it, I think I was a little bit outraged. The second time I was a little bit amused. And now that it continues, I've had to ask myself, well, what is really going on here? Because if someone's elected to represent a group of people and all they're doing is arguing over agenda items, they're not coming prepared for city council meetings. And I know that they have plenty of time to prepare for agenda items, but they usually spend a lot of time in the city council meetings asking the city manager about nuances and specifics of agenda items. It is beyond me as to how this can continue. And I thought, I was a little bit upset at first, but then I thought, no, let me take a different approach. I think what this person probably needs to hear is that there is a different way. Last week, there was a mood in this building, I hear, when the two women were presenting the mayor with ceremonial gown, everybody felt some positive energy. And it was like the city was coming together. And then all of a sudden, 2 minutes later, it was destroyed. It was destroyed with someone pursuing an agenda item that's not on the agenda. It's completely outside the agenda with a camera to try and find someone and catch someone on a camera doing something they shouldn't be doing, build a false narrative, and then position that they're being a victim. And I admonish this person who I will not name to try and maybe do a different approach, because I think we all want the same things here. And if you would only put that in
Your
energy
time is up.
into trying to help the people that you're
Thank you,
representing,
Mr.
I think you'd be much more
Thank you, Mr.
successful.
O'Brien.
Have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Leila Aguirre.
Leila Aguirre, welcome.
And it's a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Welcome to our meeting.
My name is Leila Aquino. We've been attending a city council meeting and here and on camera. I guess Mr. O'Brien already mentioned a lot of the things that I was hoping that I could say, and since he ran out of time, we were both watching on the video last time, and I was just actually, I guess the person knows who is that person that we're talking about. It's just like amusing why I think this is having a video and how they can do the work in video and everybody instead of focusing on the conversation. And if this person is representing people within the community, I think it is better to be represented and do things accordingly, according to the decorum and with a degree of professionalism. And we can get more out of that than just making a scene and hoping that we're gonna get so many clicks in the live streaming. I think it's defeating the purpose of what everyone is trying to accomplish here. The high desert, it's been coming a long ways, and we're here. We're all investing also and hoping that, the public and the city council will be able to get together in a common vision in solving the problem rather than creating a problem. And if we can do it professionally without all the whatever, in the, to be in the TikTok or wherever, it will be great and it will be appreciated. So we will be respected as we are being represented accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aquino. Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
All right, with that said, the chair closes the public comment period and brings the item back to the council. We're now going to move on to our next item, which is our first business in order. This is public hearings, beginning with item number this is the vacation of an easement on SCLA property located in the vicinity of Sabre Street, east of Phantom West Road, with an environmental exemption. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item involves real property out in the SCLA project and is really attempting to correct an issue involving title of private property where an old easement exists underlying a roadway right-of-way that was granted at a later date through the parcel mapping process. And so effectively, this item is correcting title to where the easement, the underlying easement, is to be removed from the private property so as to not negatively affect the title of the subject site. So with that, and there's some maps within the attached that help illustrate particularly the issue. The big issue is that the underlying easement actually falls underneath the building, and effectively that's not supposed to happen. So this item corrects that issue. The item was authored by your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing to consider the vacation of an easement on SCLA property located in the vicinity of Sabre Street east of Phantom West Road. Hear evidence offered by persons interested in the vacation. Find the easement vacation not subject to the environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15060C2 and 15060C3, and adopt the attached resolution number 23-126 to vacate an easement as described and depicted by the attached exhibits.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates directly to the staff report. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes. Does the city of Victorville have a personal stake in the memorialization of the vicinity herein?
Restate the first part of that question. please.
Absolutely. So does the city in any regard have a personal stake? So is that part of what we have land attached to that portion, or any kind of boundaries that we may have some kind of conflict or anything that we should know today?
No conflict in the sense of conflict of interest, if that's what you're speaking to, but we do have a stake in this particular item as the city is the beneficiary of the underlying easement and the right-of-way granted. So from that perspective, we do have a stake in this, but it's no different than any stake we would have in roadways throughout the city.
Thank you. Are there 600 feet of the zones that maybe we had some kind of areas that may be affected by vendors or any kind of debtors, creditors, anything that would affect the businesses if we were to proceed with this item today?
The effect of this item, if we proceeded, is actually an enhancement to the private property owner at that corner of Sabre and George, I believe it is. I'm sorry, Sabre and Phantom, where currently a roadway easement is recorded on private property and traverses under a now existing building. And so by taking this action, we'll actually unencumber that property, if you will, from that easement that really doesn't have any physical effect today because it doesn't serve roadway purposes. but on title, shows as serving roadway purposes. It's deemed not necessary by the city engineer and certainly conflicts with the private improvements that exist on that private property. So it's in the best interest of the city to actually, authorize the vacation of this easement.
Thank you. And has each parcel owner been notified in writing? And how have we made any kind of response to record this to ensure due process for any future, anything that would happen in the future?
As to the noticing process, I'm not exactly familiar, Mr. Gangler, but, I suspect I would be surprised if it was generated by the private property owner requesting this, but, can you help answer that question, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. The noticing requirements in the Streets and Highways Code were that there would be a public hearing, a notice of the public hearing at least 15 days in advance. And there were supposed to be 2 notices, which we complied with. And then also there was a requirement to physically notice the boundaries of the easement at certain intervals out on Sabre Street and the private property, which we did. And so we complied with all those requirements.
Thank you. Do we have any administrative costs that are associated among other standard protocols to vacate this said easement?
No, none above the costs that we already incur as part of our in-house staff.
And in regards to that 15 days, is March 2nd the 15th day, or are we excluding the weekends? Because I counted 15 to March 2nd, but today's March 7th. So if you could just explain that aspect,
It's actually 15 calendar days.
which excludes holidays and probably weekends?
It doesn't include, it doesn't matter if it's a holiday or a weekend, it's just 15 calendar days.
Okay, with Exhibit B, would you help me understand graphically what's happening with the assessor's parcel ending in 19211? So I looked at the exhibit and I was trying to match the number 192-11 just to find it on that aspect, but there was letters and I didn't see the letter in the reporting, so I just needed clarification.
Let's see if I can find the
What,
exhibit.
what page are you speaking to?
So let's see, it's like a 5 document, so I counted 5 pages in. It doesn't have a number, just a picture. Exhibit B is titled.
Page 16.
Yes, it would, 17 is titled Exhibit B, but therefore beforehand, I would call it 16.
Restate the parcel number that you're looking at.
19211 are the last 4, and I was just trying to see if it's parcel A, parcel B, or parcel 7, just to understand the picture.
If you're looking at Exhibit B, you can see an L-shaped easement, and it has a pattern within the boundaries of the easement. That is the easement that will be vacated.
So in looking at the exhibit, the perimeter
Your
of
time is up.
is 19211.
Thank you, Member Gomez. If you understood where she was going with that, you're free to answer.
I may just, because it looks like what's being spoken to is pointing to parcel 8 of parcel map 18158. And I'm not finding the APN page. The cross-reference what's in the staff report, because it sounds like what she's speaking to is the APN that's in the staff report on page 8, which is 459-192-11. And in fact, that's where it does identify the property owner has communicated a request. Sabre Street right-of-way services. I believe that's the property where Excel Scientific is, where there's the existing building. Brian, is that right? Because that's where the easement is actually affecting the building.
I believe it is.
And so that parcel that's in the staff report would effectively be based upon these maps. What you'll find is parcel 8 of parcel map 18158.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Mr. Harriman. questions relating to the staff report?
I have no questions.
Thank you. Member Irving?
Yes, I don't actually have any questions. As I read the backup material, I understand the proposed recommendation is corrective in nature, so I
All
don't
right.
have questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
I also agree with Member Irving on page 19, Mr. Metzler. It shows the drawing that Mr. Gangler's talking about, the blue area that's going to be vacated. It looks like we've done it before on George Boulevard up around the corner. There's another building, so this isn't something out of the ordinary that we're vacating property, correct?
This one is a little bit unusual in that the underlying easement that was recorded in the year 2000, that should have been removed when the parcel map recorded creating the right of way for Sabre Street, but wasn't picked up as a part of that parcel map. But it's my view that that easement that's extending north southerly through parcel 7 and parcel 8 probably should have been caught back then, and it wasn't. And so that's a large part of what this item is correcting is removing those easements that are underlying to the right of way that the parcel map created.
So it's a cleanup to property that's already being built on or has businesses in it already.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and the chair has no questions. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing for public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, the chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council and invites a motion from the council as it relates specifically to points 3 and 4.
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept staff's recommendations for points 3 and 4.
I'll second.
Okay, so that's adoption of points 3 and 4. We have a first and a second. We're going to move to discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving?
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harriman?
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yes, absolutely. I think being able to understand the easement and the purpose is something that I wasn't quite understanding. So for explaining the purpose of why we needed to do this, and it was a request also based on the owner, really sanctifies why it's important to ask pertinent questions for understanding for members. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion, closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So the City Council has taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as it relates specifically to points 3 and 4 as posted on the agenda. Moving now on to public hearing item number 2. This is the mid-year budget review and amendment request to the 2022-2023 fiscal budget. It appears that we have a hard copy of a presentation. So council members, if you'll kindly hold your questions and thoughts until the end of the presentation, it would be helpful. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. Every year, we endeavor, ideally halfway through that fiscal year, to actually conduct a financial review of our budget, looking at and analyzing revenues versus expenditures, the actuals of those, the effect on cash, and any recommendations that we believe may be necessary to help properly adjust the budget to get us through the remainder of the fiscal year. This item is effectively that mid-year review and does include a number of assessments of various funds and then also includes recommendations. I will call to your attention that this item does have a correlation to item number 10, which is later in the agenda under written communications, which speaks to your benefits resolution. And so the financial side of item number 10 is actually corresponding to what's contained in this budget report tonight. And so with that, we do have a brief presentation from your finance director, Mr. John Mendiola. If it's okay, I'll turn it over to him so that he can lead the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mendiola. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. This is just going to be a brief presentation like the city manager had alluded to, just to give you the highlights of what the mid-year budget has come to. So as you can see up on your screens, the mid-year budget comparison, this is a citywide comparison. So it takes in the citywide revenues versus your citywide expenditures. And so this mid-year revision is going to increase $2.2 million in citywide revenues to bring you to a total just over $336 million. And then your citywide expenditures are going to increase $4.4 million to bring you to a total of just under $327 million. So to have a balanced budget, you really want your revenues over your expenditures. So with that said, with the 336 in revenues and the 327 in expenditures, you're looking at a $9.8 million of revenues over your expenditures. And that takes in consideration the $49.5 million in capital expenses that are being rolled over from the previous year. We want to take in consideration one of the major funds in all the city, and that would be the general fund. So the total general fund revenues for your mid-year, we're looking for a $4.2 million decrease in revenues. A $4.2 million decrease in revenues to bring us to the proposed budget by the end of the year at $88.4 million. General fund expenditures, on the other hand, are increasing just under $900,000 to a total of $95 million. So if you take your general fund revenues and you subtract your expenditures out of that, you become into a negative balanced budget where your expenditures are going to be over your revenues. So we do have to take into account the capital rollover, the $1.1 million in general fund capital rollover. So we'll add that to the negative amount. And then your VMOOS loan receivables, and that's that annual payment that VMOOS will pay back the general fund $1 million every year. So you add that to that, and it equates to $4.5 million of expenditures in the general fund over the revenues. So what we're seeking here with this mid-year is also to ask council's approval for a unencumbered fund balance, total draw on the general fund balance of $4.5 million. And we did a calculation just so you can see visually how we calculated that. So you're taking your general fund revenues, less your general fund expenditures, and then you come up with your subtotal, add your capital rollover and your loan receivables from VMOOS to get to your $4.5 million that we're going to need appropriated from the general fund reserve balance. As you can see here on this next slide, the general fund reserve requirement is 17%, which equates to about $16.1 million. And good news here is that that general fund reserve projection, we're at 42% currently. You're talking almost 2 times above the required. So that equates to $39.8 million. That reserve balance of $39.8 million takes into the account the appropriated unencumbered fund balance that we're asking council to approve, the $4.5 million. So you're going to be, after that, you're still going to be at your 42%. Very, very healthy. And I think one of the reasons I think the executive team and the leadership group and with the direction of council on your strategic goals is to be fiscally sound, fiscally conservative. It's like that big coffee can at the top of the cabinet you're putting away for a rainy day. Well, now it's the rainy day. And of course, at going from looking at your $39.8 million, that's a huge coffee can that we currently have. I wanted to also take your attention to the Measure P, which is very exciting news for us, very positive. We have a general Measure P reserve requirement at 17%. That equates to $5.9 million. But currently, with the revenues that we have in Measure P, which is very exciting to us, we're at $26.1 million. That's a 76% revenue projection for Measure P. It's just incredible that even our HDL, our sales consultant, is looking at how the increases where people were cooped up for so long, they're going back to the box stores and continuing to purchase, for that. So, go to the next piece. So your general fund revenue shortfalls, we're looking at just over $4 million, and that's due to the economy. It's due to the Fed rates when they started to increase right around budget time. So if you look at the table below that first paragraph, you see June, July, September, and November, the Feds increased the Fed fund rate to 75 basis points. So that time period when we were adopting our budget, they really got aggressive to the tune of like 3% within those 4 or 5 months right there. What that did is that tightened the market for single family residential. So what's that going to affect? It's going to affect your building department and your engineering department for permit fees, plan check fees, inspection fees, and that's that decrease of just over $4 million. There's also some decreases in recreation where we found some of the schools are doing pre-K and doing it on their own. And so there's lower attendance on that. And then also in adult classes too. And that equates to just over $68,000. So your total general fund decrease in budgeted revenues is $4.2 million. So again, we're asking council for that unencumbered fund balance to offset the overall reductions in the permitting, plan check, and inspection fees to $4.5 million. I also want to invite our human resources officer up here to go through the summary of changes on the table of work.
Good evening. This is just a summary of the changes that we're introducing in the table of organization. What we have included is 2 additional positions, 2 brand new positions in the fire department. And that's basically to make the structure stronger and provide the necessary services to our community. We also have 10 title changes. The reason for those is to better fit the definition of the needs of the department. Instead of being a general classification, we're going into more defined titles and job descriptions to make sure that we have the right people to do the specific jobs that we're looking for. We also have 2 positions that it's a title change and range change, 3 salary or range changes, and those range changes were approved by our council before, so we're just bringing it to the table of work and the resolution table to be included. And of course, the salary change for our council that is also being shown as a change for the table. And that's basically it. Thank you.
So with that said, we are, myself, my staff, I'm sure the executive team and the leadership group are all available for any questions that council may have.
All right, very good. Before we do that, Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
Yes, Madam Mayor. That the City Council and Board of Directors approve the changes reflected in this agenda item along with the included attachments by adopting resolution number 23-013 of the City Council of the City of Victorville, amending resolution 22-064 as amended the budget resolution for the City of Victorville for fiscal year 2022-2023 relating to an appropriation of funds. Resolution number VWD 23-004 of the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District, amending resolution VWD 22-012 as amended the budget resolution for the Victorville Water District for the fiscal year 2022-2023 relating to an appropriation of funds. Resolution number SCLAA 23-003 of the Board of Directors of the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, amending resolution SCLAA 22-011 as amended, the budget resolution for the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority for the fiscal year 2022-2023 relating to an appropriation of funds. Resolution number 23-016 of the City Council of the City of Victorville adopting an updated general fund reserve policy, City Council Policy CP 23-01.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, now we're going to move into those questions for clarification. So we're going to begin this time with Member Irving.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to say thank you for this very informative and concise presentation. It made a lot of sense to me. I just want you to repeat one thing that I think I heard. Did you say even if the council approves the recommended appropriation of funds from the reserve fund balance, we still remain at least,
42%.
okay. That's-
Very healthy.
Yes, indeed. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mrs. Irvin, watching my notes again. I did also, the general fund decreases in budget, 4,172,000 is something we could not, no matter how much we did our homework, we could not have known what the feds were gonna do in the 3 months period that everything just hit the roof, correct?
Yeah, and you're looking at, if you look at that chart again, 2 weeks from today, they're coming back and they're probably gonna raise it another 25 basis points. But Mr. Sludgers, our building official, had talked to us, the leadership group, and said, even though single-family residential is declining, but the industrial is still holding strong. So you're seeing that the big warehouse boxes and big companies are still coming to Victorville.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, to you and your staff for the projections that we're at 42% and 76%. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Harriman.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
What are the current annual revenues for 22-23, and is that figure contemplating forecasting for the next 3 months? Was that 334 million?
So the proposed budget that we're going into for the mid-year, we're looking at for revenues citywide, just $336.6 million.
Thank you. And was the district decreased, was there a decrease in funds, maybe as a variable? Since recently we came into districts instead of at large, did that play anything in any of what we were considering as an analysis or cost benefit or anything of that nature?
We didn't take that into any consideration.
And there's also a couple of reductions that you spoke about. What were some of the variables? I would presume it was Bemis and then maybe others.
So the building department and the engineering department, because of the single-family residential permitting decline, pulling permits and inspection fees and anything to do with the single-family residential development, that decreased our revenues $4.1 million in the general fund.
John, can you speak into the microphone, please?
I apologize.
Thank you.
So in the general fund, it decreased from the building activity, the lack of building activity in the single-family residential development. It decreased our general fund revenues $4.1 million.
Thank you. And were the sales / property tax perhaps something that was affected differently in any position, or that didn't include part of it?
So property tax, as you know, because property values are pretty high right now, so that stayed strong. The sales tax, much to our surprise, like our Measure P, we're increasing additional revenues projecting for the mid-year at $1.6 million. That's because it's coming in, our use tax is coming in higher than expected with ourselves and our internal staff, along with our sales consultant, HDL.
Thank you. And what 3 categories, perhaps with goods and services, are being composed with that 42%? 2 or 3? Do we know which categories compose the 42%?
So anything with the general fund is composing that 42%. So all your internal services are general fund driven. Some of your code, engineering, building departments are under general fund, but your internal services, including HR, IT, finance, those departments will comprise, the general fund.
Thank you. And is there a current imposition on excise tax on any of the infrastructure that's mentioned here? For example, the water district, SCLA, anything like that?
As far as the excise tax?
Yes.
No.
And what categorical accounts fall under the enterprise fund? Because it just has a line item, but I didn't see anything.
So enterprise
Categorized.
funds will consist of those areas of the city of Victorville, those departments that kind of fund themselves. So you're looking at like SCLA, our airport, the water district, VMUS, our utility services.
Yes, thank you. And what accounts for the 2 million increase of revenue, and what caused the increase and what caused the decrease for the expenses at 4.4 versus the 2 million?
So that's going to be citywide, and that goes through every single department, including general fund, Measure B, all the enterprise funds. So every fund, the 82 funds at the bottom of that slide, the 82 funds comprise of citywide line item accounts. So you could have revenue decreases or you could have revenue increases, and the same thing with the expenditures. It's a long list of, but if you look at your Exhibit A in your staff report, our attachment A, you'll see all those departments and those changes by the categories, whether it's general fund, Measure B, enterprise funds, governmental funds. It's all laid out there in detail on that attachment.
Thank you. And would you explain that VMIS loan receivables in context with the general fund?
So I think we've brought this up before and for many years and for the annual budgets. So what happens to establish VMUS as a utility for the city of Victorville, the general fund loaned VMUS the startup cash to get that enterprise going. In doing so, the general fund is looking for that payback, and I believe we have possibly 3 years total of getting $1 million a year, and I believe the last year is under $1 million for the complete payback for startup cash for VMUS.
Thank you. And let's see. The $4.5 million, we were talking about something being encumbered. Would you explain a little bit more with that 4.5 million? I don't know if it has to do with revenues and expenses or that's something completely side.
Your time is up.
Thank you. If you understand the question, please feel free.
So your general fund reserve is there for rainy days, and that's a unencumbered fund balance in the general fund. So when you want your revenues to meet your expenditures, so you're at a positive balanced budget, you will pull from that unencumbered fund balance of that $39 million, or it's actually 40-some million dollars, and they'll take it down to 39 after we pull the 4.5 million out of there. So it's basically your savings account that you're putting towards your checking account to make sure you have a balanced checking account.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. All right, I just have a couple of questions if I could. If we could look at slide number 3. And I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway in case someone else caught this as well. So on the very bottom line, it says revenues over expenditures, and it's the 4.5 million. Do you mean expenditures over revenues?
Yeah, but that's a
But it's in the
negative.
negative. Okay. Just want to make it clear because, all right. And then, so in sum total, we're really looking at, this is probably not the best way to phrase it, but a little bit of a hit of 8.6 million between the 4.5 million and the 4.1. It's not a direct hit. I mean, it's not a real loss per se, but we've just have less in terms of projected revenues than.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you think with what we think is coming up before us that we're going to still be in good shape come
Most definitely. We're very healthy right now. I've been here with the city 23 years, and this is the most healthiest,
Yes.
pretty strong, conservative numbers that we've had since I've been here.
Right. And we're all very happy about that. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. It was very helpful to all of us. We appreciate it. All right, with,
Madam Mayor, if I may ask one more question?
yes.
Mr. Metzler, with the decrease in recreation classes and events, we don't have plans on dropping any of our classes, correct?
I don't know specifically, but I'll defer to Ms. Davidson, who would know that answer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. We're not planning on dropping any classes. It's just adjusting the expenses for the reduction in enrollment that we've seen.
But we're still gonna offer the classes to our citizens.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, with that said, the chair is going to go ahead and open the public hearing and take public testimony. Madam Clerk, any request to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, with that said, the chair closes the public hearing and invites a motion from the Victorville City Council, the Victorville Water District Board of Directors, and the SCLAA Board of Directors.
So move, Madam Mayor, to follow staff's recommendation with the changes.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt staff recommendation. Going to move to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. So, Mr. Mendiola addressed, Exhibit A. As I looked, I'm just gonna presume because I don't see the A that the year budget revision changes happen to be that list, just for clarification, because I didn't see it attached. I do see B, so predecessor would be that one. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
No discussion.
Thank you, and the chair has no discussion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to our next business in order, which is the consent calendar, items 3 through 9. So at this time,
I have questions on 6 and 7.
all right, Member Gomez, please be sure to get the recognition of the chair. So you have questions, minor questions on
Yes.
items, which one?
Items 6 and 7.
6 and 7. All right, so while we're here, are there any other minor questions or minor comments from any other council members? All right, thank you. So Member Gomez, if you'll begin with item number 6, please.
So for item 6 and 7 is essentially the same question. I was wondering if we're just sticking with this protocol or for settlement authority, or if we did something completely different with those particular items.
Madam Mayor, I can answer that question.
Yes.
These are standard settlement agreements consistent with the protocols previously established by the council.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, with that said, at this time, the chair invites a motion for the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors to approve action on consent calendar items 3 through 9 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
On items 6 and 7, no. Everything else, yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on items 6 and 7.
All right, thank you. So the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors has taken action to approve the recommendations on consent calendar items 3 through 9 as presented on the agenda. We're now going to move to our next business in order, which is written communications, beginning with item number 10. This is the benefits resolution number 23-014 and table of organization. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item largely serves as the position control, but also defines our benefits offered to the employees citywide. And so effectively, this is a document that we administer to. It does contemplate total employment change, full-time equivalents from 516 employees to 518 employees. The fiscal elements or effects of this were just covered under the mid-year budget. And so with that, the author on this item is co-authored both by Sophie Smith, Deputy City Manager, and Miss Josie Trevino. They're both available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council adopt benefits resolution number 23-014, revising the table of organization and compensation schedule effective March 7th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates specifically to the staff report, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes, for the city manager's department, I see 2 positions, I think, but one was deleted and what was added? Was that the city clerk deputy assistant position?
There is a restructure in the city manager's department under the city clerk's division. And that's actually changing the title of deputy city clerk to become the assistant city clerk, and that's largely due to the increasing responsibilities that have been taken on by that position.
Thank you. And is there a distinction between those titles? Was that what you said? Just the duties increased in performance?
There's increasing responsibility between the two positions.
Okay, so if you would just explain for the table of org, it shows tier 29 to tier 35. Is that accurate?
That's what the change is proposed to be, correct?
Okay, just for the sake of putting that into perspective, I took a little bit of an ad and that was like an increase of 1,100 monthly and then so a little over 17,000 a year. Is that accurate? I'm just trying to put perspective into understanding the whole document.
Well, so if I compared 29 just on the entry level to a 35, 29 at the entry level is 5606 just on the salary per month. So it is about, and so 35 is 6501. So the difference between the two is closer to 900. I'm sorry. Is closer to $900. I'm sorry.
Thank you for the clarification. Then the other one, same thing. It went from 28 to 41 as a tier and then the change, maybe duties increased. Is that the same thing?
That's correct.
Okay. And what's the role of the surveyor tech versus the assistant? Is that the same role or increased?
There's a couple of things going on in the engineering department, but it's largely due to the increasing nature of responsibilities that it really exceed the survey tech role. And the other issue is having a job description and a job title that accurately reflects the duties to be performed, but also to be compatible with what's in the marketplace.
Thank you. And for the full-time and the part-time and the contractors, is that the 518 employees that we're speaking of in the report?
Full-time employees only, not contractors, is the 518 number that I spoke of.
For clarification, does that also exclude the part-timers in that section?
518 does not include the part-timers.
Oh, okay, thank you for that clarification. And let's see. And then just to verify, I think there's 10 holidays. Is that correct?
I believe there's more than 10 holidays.
Okay. I have no further
I
questions.
thought it was
Thank you.
14,
Yeah, that may be.
14 holidays.
I counted 10. So let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I count. Maybe I didn't go to the next page. Sometimes 10 or 12, 13. Yes, thank you for that. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mr. Harriman.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Irving.
Yes, I just have a brief question. I know we're adding 2 positions to fire. Is that correct? Yes.
I believe that's
Are
correct.
they already staffed or do we have to recruit and hire?
Bear with me.
Okay.
The deputy chief of operations is one that's being recruited for. The battalion chief that's being added here is filled. That is an occupied position. In fact, that position, we just pinned Chief Clemmer tonight. He's occupying that position.
Very good. Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well-written report.
Thank you. And the chair has none, invites a motion from the council.
So move to follow staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, to adopt staff's recommendation. Yes, we have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
Discussion.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman.
Discussion.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Chair closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No?
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the council has taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 11, this is the update to the Victorville Municipal Utility Services Energy Efficiency Program. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Through the Victorville Municipal Utility Services, we collect through the rates that we charge, a component that has to be set aside specifically for energy reducing efforts to encourage energy efficiency amongst the customers being served by VEMUS. And so regularly we review our program to determine if any changes need to be made to the program to perhaps make it more useful. And we've done that largely under this item where enhancements are proposed to make it more user-friendly. And so with that, the author on this item is your Director of Electric Utility Services, Ms. Brenda Hampton, and she is available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 23-012, amending and supplementing resolution number 19-019 to provide further incentives to VEMUS's customers to implement improvements using the energy efficiency program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, for item number 11, correct?
Yes.
With the excise tax, would that be passed over to the consumer in this type of transaction?
When you're speaking to excise tax, where are you finding that? Just so I can understand.
Yeah, no, the terminology just comes with the structure of when we take possession of certain VEMUS and then we get to do surcharges. So I'm just trying to understand how this would function in that realm.
Well, I'm not exactly sure an excise tax is applicable to this particular item. This item is derived from the rates that we actually charge to the customers of VEMUS.
Thank you. Are VEMUS customers only the commercial clients from Foxborough and SCLA or other sections?
Foxborough and SCLA, that's correct.
Thank you. And are these EE programs also coupled with enterprise funds to meet business needs when it comes to VEMUS electric programs?
Well, VEMUS operates as an enterprise fund, and so these energy efficiency dollars are actually held in an account under the enterprise fund of VEMUS.
Thank you. And would you kindly explain how the construction incentivizes the work when there's an increase or a decrease of the wattage?
Well, the goal is ultimately to help reduce energy consumption and with that, reducing strain on the grid. And so these dollar amounts are effectively direct offsets to costs incurred by the customer to actually undertake the physical construction item, whatever that might be. It could be the removal and replacement of energy efficient light bulbs and switches, all the way to rooftop solar type of facilities.
And finally, within the contractual documents, is the language of good standing defined? I don't know if it is, just asking.
Where are you reading language of good standing?
Yeah, so I took notes and there's language of good standing as being one of the factors for the customers to be able to take advantage of these programs.
Maybe they have to be in good standing with the utility. I'm not seeing the exact language that you're speaking to, but the way you're describing it is perhaps more suggestive that for a customer to be eligible, they have to be in good standing with the utility, which I suspect that means they need to be current on their payment of electricity bill.
So that would be embedded within the legalese of the document?
That's probably more so embedded in rules and regulations that govern how VEMS operates.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no questions on this and invites a motion from the council.
Madam Mayor, I move to accept staff recommendations on the item.
Okay, so adopt staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
No discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Not momentarily, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has no discussion on the pending motion, closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No?
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, thank you. So the council has just taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as it is presented on the agenda. We're now going to move on to item number 12. This is consideration of proposed city council resolution number 23-015, adopting revisions to the City of Victorville City Council Policy and Procedures Manual. Mr. Messler, Mr. DeBortnowski, do you want to introduce it? And then I'll ask Member Becerra, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, if she wishes to introduce further.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item deals with a request, as you mentioned, from Councilmember Becerra as it relates to a question involving language in the policy manual that speaks to the prohibition of electronic devices. We've actually captured recommended changes starting on page 203. That's the easy flip to the page of where those are at. But with that, this is an attempt to try to address that request by Councilmember Becerra. The author on this item is your city attorney, Mr. Andre DeBortnowski. He or I are available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. And Member Becerra, did you want to add anything to that for purposes of introduction?
No, ma'am, as long as we all received an additional page,
Yeah, I'll
oh, you'll get that.
I'm happy
Then
to,
no, ma'am.
if you're
Yes,
good with that.
Produce the page. And thank you.
Thank you. All right, so before moving on to the recommendation, every council member should have at the dais a single sheet with some yellow highlighting on it. And this is suggestions to the proposed revisions that are posted to the agenda. And so there's some highlights there that kind of bring out the areas that was reworded a little bit. It's my understanding, and Mr. DeBortnowski, if you would confirm one way or the other, that these are essentially non-substantive changes, but provide further clarity.
That is correct. They're essentially non-substantive. They just qualify some of the provisions that were previously put into the agenda item.
Okay. Madam Clerk's recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council review and consider the proposed revised City Council Policy and Procedure Manual and adopt resolution number 23-015.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, and we're going to take technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin with Mayor Pro Tem, since this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, Mr. DeBornowski. What guarantees I don't take my phone in there? Will I not be allowed in?
I will defer that question to the city attorney.
Yes, it is structured so that it is a condition of participation in closed session that you leave any electronic devices. What we're going to do is have a container for you to put those in so that you can see that nobody's tampering with them, but you cannot use them during the closed session. That's a condition of participation in the closed session in order to preserve the confidentiality.
Thank you. So even if I put it in my purse or my bag, the bag will go in also into,
Wherever the electronic device is, yes, we'd ask that you remove it and just place that item into the container.
okay. Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, all right. Member Gomez.
Yes, so there's page 204 and 203 where there's only red lining. Are those the only places where there's changes for tonight?
That is correct, although the mayor has proposed some qualifying languages on the dais, and it's the highlighted yellow provisions. And it essentially just modifies what's in the agenda item.
So in adoption, we will be adopting not only the item, but the external document that she has alluded to and changing of language.
That depends on the nature of the motion that's made.
Okay. And in terms of looking at the suggestive language, instead of using the word punishment, I think there should be Penal Code 403 embedded within this policy, along with the term trespassing, which is predefined legally, and definitely changing the term punishment to incarceration.
Member Gomez, I'm going to call for the orders of the day. I don't know what that has nothing to do with what's being presented this evening in terms of suggested revisions to the Policy and Procedures Manual. It's limited in scope for this evening.
Okay, and then I have no further suggestions. Oh, yes, other thing. So what does the term non-substantive mean in relation to this particular item?
Non-substantive means that it does not affect the substance of the item. It's just a qualifying piece of language.
Okay, and then finally, this item deals strictly with closed session in terms of electronic devices. Is that accurately the representation of this item?
We already have prohibitions on e-communication in the policy manual with respect to things outside of closed session, but this item, you're correct, is dealing just strictly with the closed session.
Okay, so tonight's item is dealing with prohibition of a closed session in terms of electronics. Thank you. No further clarification or questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
So how just to put together the scenario, if somebody does come in and defy that, are we gonna just adjourn the meeting like we had to do already? Or is the person gonna be removed and the rest of us can continue with the closed session?
It would be up to the presiding officer, but the assumption is that we probably adjourn to a different location where we can ensure that people are not using their electronic devices.
So just to add on to that, just to make sure, because the suggested revision is that in order to even gain entry into the closed session meeting room, you have to place the devices into a storage
correct.
container. Okay. Mr. Herman, anything?
I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Yes, thank you. My questions are along the line of thinking of Councilman Harriman. We are going to vote to adopt the proposed revision, right? I don't see, if someone does come in, enter into closed session with an electronic device, what happens if they do it? You know, in other words, is there a penalty involved here?
Again, there is no penalty. They basically cannot participate in the closed session, so we have the option of either removing them or asking them to be removed themselves from the closed session, or going to a different location where that person would not be allowed to gain entry.
Okay, I guess what I want to know is if a person brings a device in and we don't have knowledge, but during the course of the closed session or discussion, it comes to our attention. So we're just gonna, what?
At that point, I would suggest that we adjourn to a different location.
All right, thanks.
Can I ask another question?
You may, as long as Member Irving is finished.
I am, I guess, I mean, I don't have a problem with the proposed revisions. It's just that we've done this on a couple of occasions, but we never get to the part where if a person doesn't abide or isn't compliant, we don't talk about what happens next.
The hope is that all council members will abide by that. That's the intent here.
It has been the hope in the past too. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving. Mr. Harriman.
Can that be a criminal offense? If somebody does defy it and gets rebellious and we have a problem, is that?
I'm not sure it rises to the level of a criminal offense at this time. It's basically they would be defying the provisions of the policy manual at that point, and we treat it as such.
So if somebody got defiant, like we've already witnessed, does do we have or does the captain or the deputies have access? Are they allowed to gain access?
Again, I think that'd be up for the presiding officer to ask that the person be removed. The one criminal aspect here is that if the information that's being provided in closed session is shared outside the closed session with third parties, that actually is a criminal offense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman. All right, so great questions, everyone. So I'm presuming that we're in closed session and we believe that everyone has relinquished their electronics so that, and this again is all to protect the sanctity of our confidentiality laws in closed session. And because there's been some repeated behaviors, and I think in October, we learned for the first time, Member Gomez admitted to having taken notes on an electronic device for 6 years. And so, and then again, we had to adjourn our closed
Objection is
session.
not within the scope of the agenda item.
Member Gomez, that if you're attempting to make a point of order, I'll take that as that. And the point of order is not well-founded as it is, the statements are on point and within the scope of the item. So, this all comes about because we're feeling very concerned that we need to do more to protect confidentiality, and that's in the best interests of our community, the city, and certainly our employees. Is that fair to say, Mr. DeBornowski?
Yes.
So if we're in closed session and something happens, the chair can, much as she does in open session, give a warning. And I tend to do it many, many times to offer grace. But the same kind of procedures could follow if there's absolute defiance.
That would be an appropriate protocol to follow.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Then that's all I have. At this time, the chair invites a motion from the council and Mayor Pro Tem Bracero, since this is your item, it's yours. to make.
Motion to approve the recommended changes on that have been written out and the proposed recommendations on the agenda revision.
So it'd be the motion to approve the policy manual revisions as drafted along with the suggested language by Mayor Jones.
Yes, sir.
We have a first. Is there a second?
I-
Do you have a?
I have a question. I
Yes.
apologize.
No worries.
We're not following protocol. I would like, some verbiage added that says there are no warnings.
We have to, the law, I don't think would permit us to do that.
Yeah, it'd be appropriate to provide warnings, to give appropriate due process to somebody that was violating the closed session.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, so we have a first. Is there a second? All right, we have a first and a second to adopt the revisions as noted on the agenda along with the suggestions provided by me. We're not going to move on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
So we follow it.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, did the entire council have the opportunity to make suggestive language rather than doing a motion to go ahead and add the suggestive language of the presiding chair today? Just wondering.
So this is the time for comment on the pending motion, but I think it's a question that ought to be answered. So Mr. DeBornowski or Mr. Metzner.
The draft was provided to all the council members as part of the agenda. I believe you had made some suggestions. I'm not sure if other council members wanted to make suggestions as well. But I noticed that Councilmember Harriman was making some suggestions this evening, so.
Thank you. No further questions. I made some suggestions myself.
All right, thank you. Member Harriman.
No.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Just for the record, I didn't receive any invitation for input, but outside of that, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. And that's well taken, Member Irving. I didn't either. That's typically the protocol, but but I think because we all have a general understanding that we have done that in the past. Anyway, all right. So with that said, the chair has no further discussion and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Potem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the council has taken action to adopt the recommendations of staff and also incorporating the suggestions by yours truly. All right, moving on to item number 13. This was an item requested by Councilmember Harriman. This is discussion and possible action on reviewing the criteria for appointments to the Measure P Oversight Committee. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. At your request, we brought this item back for your consideration as we have formed in connection with the Measure P item that was actually approved by the voters a couple of years ago. We did via resolution identify a oversight committee to be formed and conduct certain responsibilities in the role. It's intended to be a 7-member committee. We have over time actively recruited to fill the positions comprising the committee. We've struggled, quite honestly, in achieving that goal. We have been able to conduct business with a quorum, but we have not been able to successfully fill all of the defined positions per the resolution. We have shared information relative to the resolution establishing the Measure P Oversight Committee that is contained in the staff report for your review. And so with that, this item is really being brought back for satisfying your request and awaiting any direction you might have regarding this item.
All right, thank you. And so, Councilmember Harriman, this was also, as I said a moment ago, this is your requested item. So did you want to add anything in terms of a further introduction or your thoughts on this?
Well, what brought this to my attention is the difficulty we're having getting people to sit on this committee. And so I just think it's appropriate to open it up to a couple at-large positions. I think that would be, I think that would have been good to do from the beginning. But looking at the difficulty we're having it, and we're having difficulty. This has been on social media. It's been on the city website. It's just not happening. So I think, at least I would hope, there are a lot of active residents in the city of Victorville that would like to perform maybe some civic duty, or they could call it that, and join the committee. And I actually think that sometimes revolves into people wanting to get a little more involved, maybe running for city council, that type of thing. So I won't call it a recruitment mechanism, but I do believe a couple, if we're going to have difficulty, I don't know if I should put a number on how many, or if we should just add the amount of people that we just have not been able to. So if I say just add 2, but there's 3 titles that are being difficult, then I say add 3.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not the greatest.
I think when I'll think I have a question or two for you when we get there. All right. So Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
Any action is at the discretion of the city council.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to have questions for clarification. And so Mr. Harriman, if you would like to start, since this is your item, if you have any questions for Mr. Metzler about any recommendations the city might have.
I guess I would just say, are you okay with that? Do you agree with me? I guess that's the way to put it.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, what I would agree with is that there are restrictive elements in how the resolution is drafted that is very likely affecting the ability to fill the committee. Now, mind you, there was an intent by the council at the time and a lot of thought and effort by the then council to actually craft the resolution. It was intentional that the committee be formed this way. And really what the restrictive elements I would characterize are, one, the first restrictive element is that they have to be a resident. That one I think is hard to accept in having somebody on the committee that's not a resident. But that is considered a restrictive element to getting participation on the committee. I would characterize another restrictive element is the component that speaks to a member of a particular sector. So you'll see member of local major retail or member of local chamber of commerce or member of clergy. Those I would characterize as a restrictive element. And then finally, the intent of the resolution was also to require for those that fit into those classifications that the individual serving be in a leadership role. Board member or executive is how leadership is effectively defined. So I would say you've got three restrictive elements there that when we have convened as a selection committee to actually review the applications after the solicitation, those have been some of the challenges in actually identifying folks that fit into those particular restrictive elements. And so with that being said, if there was a desire to change what was the original intent of the council at the time, there was certainly a representation as a part of the overall effort to have an oversight committee in place to at least be able to review the Measure P budget and make sure that what was intended when originally approved by the council, that the expenditures proposed in the budget meet that intent. That's one of the responsibilities. The other responsibility is around audit time to actually identify for the council via review and letter that the audited financials, in fact, identify that the actual expenditures meet the intent of the. So those are really the specific rules. And if the council had a desire to at least change the makeup while still keeping the committee intact, that's something that I would agree with, because I think it probably serves a better opportunity to get the committee full by altering some of those restrictive elements.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I think I'd like to push this and maybe have further discussion at another time. It's turning into a little more difficult of a thing. As I think deeper into it, I still agree in that we need a couple at-large positions, and I do see how it's difficult to find nowadays people that want to get involved. So maybe we need to talk about this more rather than make a decision tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just go ahead and move on to, and well, let's just carry it on as if we're going to, and then at the end of all of this, we'll decide. And this is one of those agenda items that ends up, sometimes being a little more discussion when we need to ask question, but it's kind of the nature of the item. So, Member Irving, yes.
Yes. I would just like to say, Councilman Harriman, I concur with you. I do see the difficulties in making sure that this committee has the right amount of members. I think that one way to remedy that is to relax the leadership and board requirement. I think we would have way more participation. We could even keep the membership in the particular sectors, but it's the leadership and the board membership of those persons within those sectors. I think that is making this more of an exclusive committee.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm gonna agree with Member Irving. I don't agree with at large because in about 1 year, at large goes away citywide. There's gonna be 3 of us now running in our district, and now we will have 5 city council members from specific district. So at large is not gonna work because what prevents that large group not coming from one specific district, let's just say District 3. So now we have heavy one specific district. Also, I thought this is our job to figure out how and oversee how we're spending Measure P. We get audited, we've approved and we've approved all of these expenditures. One with Mr. Metzler being our employee and us asking him questions. This committee just, I don't get an oversight committee that has no basis to change or spend the money. They just overview money that was spent. That's our job. We were elected by the citizens to do that. So I would look at it dissolving it all together. That's what we're here for. If we're not doing our job, then we hold our feet accountable to the fire, not they. They don't get held accountable, we do. So that's all I got on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so with linguistic frames and thoughts processes, I have questions that relates to the terminology. We have a lot of terms with the term member, which can be very vastly narrated and brought into other pockets. For instance, I could see member of the clergy, perhaps someone who sits at the pews and is very participatory and actually has a membership status within the clergy. So that's a way to expand some of this if that were to be the case. The same with member of education. The way I thought about it perhaps would be someone who lives in the city and has a student or is a parent who has a family member within the educational sector. I wasn't necessarily narrowing it down to a title page or something that could be certified and to show that the membership of the clergy is as such, or a member of the education has to be someone with the actual title, but people fulfill these items without having to carry a titleship. With Measure P, there was votes that came in on election night, and I do believe that perhaps many members of our constituency may be violative in thinking that the intent of council that helped pass the general tax is really trumping over what they perceived was for these members to do the oversight and not necessarily direct contact with the city council. And may, as most of us have seen members express disdain and perhaps trickery of appropriations of Measure P dollars that may cause modification if we did indeed modify. So I just want to bring another perspective because there was an intent of the legislation here. I know it's changed completely, but to maintain the trust is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, so since Member Gomez and I were the only ones that were sitting behind the dais when this whole conversation came up, I want to give a little bit of background because it's very, very important. This was a huge issue to our community. There was a lot of public input. There were a lot of assurances given to our public, our residents, that we said would be maintained in perpetuity. And that meant that we would have an oversight committee, period. There is no circumstance under which I will break that promise to the people. Never. Number one. Number two, while it's true and we all know that the Measure P Oversight Committee has no authority, as it were, to make suggestions and so forth, it's really just to kind of certify in a way that the monies are being spent as promised and intended. And that is that safeguard that our residents insisted upon, and we must remain faithful to the promises that we have made to our community. So with that said, Member Irving and I have sat on this committee and we've reviewed the applications and so forth. And the one thing that we constantly that has been the drawback has in fact been that they've had to be in a leadership role. Otherwise, there's been times when those positions would have been easily filled. So my suggestion would be, first of all, it's always going to be at large, whether we go to by district or not. It's being a resident of the city, period, because we can't possibly have different groups representing each different district. We represent the entire city ultimately, and we care about the vision of the entire city. So my suggestion would be, if the council is so inclined, is we, continue to have the residency requirement and the categories and eliminate that third restriction that requires a leadership role, and give that a go and see what happens and revisit it and see if there's any improvement that way. All right, hold on. Yeah.
The motion? Is that a motion? Yeah, that's.
Oh, no. Wow.
I have a substitute motion.
Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, so before we do that, because no one has used up all their time, did anyone want to say anything further, Mr. Harriman?
Go ahead, Bob.
Mr. Harriman?
What does everyone think about just, changing it to 5 positions and each council person have an appointee, just like we do for the planning commission and the community service or community advisory committee? And retain the two other, things that they have to be, other than leadership?
I mean, okay, that's a thought. Member Irving?
I understand why you propose that, but I disagree. I don't want to move too far from the framing of the original resolution. I don't like, for the continuity of establishing this oversight committee and keeping with the promises to the people, I think we should try as much as possible to retain the spirit of the resolution.
Okay.
I'd have to agree with Member Irving. If we're gonna sit here and say we promised the people, then let's leave it alone. If this is what we promised them, let's keep with our promise and not change it how we feel halfway through. So if those were, I get it, like you said, your promise, because you were sitting here. Those are your promises, then I motion, we leave. This is my motion.
Okay, so we'll take what I said before we do that. Member Gomez, did you have anything further? Were you out of time? Oh, thank you. All right, so before you do that, then what I said earlier, we're going to take it as a motion, which is to keep everything as is, with the exception of removing the third barrier, which is requiring the person have experience in a leadership role in that capacity. And now, Mayor Pro Tem, you have a substitute motion.
To leave the committee and the resolution as written, as promised to the people.
Okay, so I'm going to add, okay, well, first of all, is there a second on the substitution? Hearing no second, the motion dies, and we're back at the main motion, which is to, as I said earlier, is there a second on that?
I want to second that, but I understand that we need to bring this back as a resolution.
Yes,
Okay,
but that'll follow this.
very good. I second the motion.
All right, we have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. And we're going to go ahead and begin with you, Member Irving.
I don't have any discussion.
Okay, yes. Member Gomez.
Yeah, just for the sake of clarity, it's my understanding that the first two rigors stay, just the third aspect of it gets removed, which creates a little bit of leniency. Is that to a degree what was stated for the motion?
I'm sorry, Member Gomez, my apologies. I missed part of what you said. Could you repeat?
Yes, so it looks like there was 3 rigors or 3 requirements encapsulated within this discussion. The first 2 are gonna go ahead and stay.
Yeah.
The third one will go ahead and be uplifted to create a more sense of more inclusivity.
So just to remove the leadership requirement.
Yes, thank you for that
Yes.
understanding. Nothing further for me.
All right. Member Harriman.
I just think we're gonna still have difficulty because nobody in the clergy has come forward. It's been a while. So, I guess I would also say a member of the clergy is usually a leader no matter what, aren't they?
Not necessarily.
No?
I mean, not necessarily. I guess,
I'm just trying to get the, committee,
sure,
to where it's gonna function the way it was from the beginning.
sure. Okay,
If we can't find people interested, we gotta open it up some way so we can. I do believe there does need to be rigors. I agree, but, so.
Okay.
That's all I have.
all right. Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so the only thing that I want to say is that the promise that was made to the people was to have an oversight committee, and the council at the time defined what that would look like. What we are going to be voting on now is we're going to keep all those categories in place, just remove one of the hardier requirements, as it were, of leadership. And so the hope is that loosens things up enough. It takes it one step at a time. That loosens it up enough that we get more of a pool of candidates. But if not, we can take a look at it. Mr. Metzler can certainly let us know that it hasn't moved the needle at all on that, and we can have further discussions if we need to. And that's all I have, and I close the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Can I get clarification?
Yes. As to the motion,
Yeah, you talking about just removing the leadership?
the leadership requirement. Mhm.
Aye.
Thank you.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action to modify the terms of the oversight committee in terms of each individual serving need not serve in a leadership capacity to be considered for the position. All right, we're now going to move on to item number 14, which is the city manager reports. Mr. Metzler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Few activities coming up. The first one is on the environmental program side of the house. Victorville Free Dump Day is coming back to us on March 11th, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. That'll be at the former UP Prep School. Also Victor Jr. for those of us that have been around for a while. That's on 8th Street. That's where you can dispose of extra trash, furniture, mattresses, garden trimmings, scrap metal, etc. So great event for our residents. On the recreation library side, Friends of the Library book sales coming up Tuesday, March 14th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. That'll be at the Victorville City Library. $5 is the cost per bag. And on the engineering side, we're making good progress with the Wellness Center. Delivery of the Connect Homes community buildings to the Wellness Center project started yesterday. So that's taking more shape, and we'll actually have more pictures sent out to you just to give you some of the construction progress on that. And then we did receive the Best Improvement Public Safety Award for the 7th and Arrowhead Complete Streets projects. That's something that we submitted for through our engineering and public works department. And we're being recognized by the High Desert branch of the American Public Works Association. So great work to the team. Of course, it's a lot that's gone into satisfying those projects. It's nice to certainly see our hard work recognized outside of our four walls and our community. And then with that, also follow this update up by forwarding the email that has a development activity report, so you can see various stages that all of the development that's still moving forward, largely your commercial and industrial development. That email will include those updates as to the latest on those projects. So with that, that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Moving on to item number 15, this is discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. We're going to begin with you, Member Gomez.
So the item that I would like to see placed is an overview of risk management processes in relation with workers' comp's overview. to acknowledge how the city is campaigning to avert any risks and how we're addressing that with a possible discussion and action to take no later than 60 days from today's date.
All right, thank you. We'll take that as a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. Member Gomez.
That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair does have a request for an item for discussion and possible action at our next meeting on suggested revisions to our policy and procedures manual to prohibit electronic devices on and or behind the dais, similar to what we just took action on related to closed session.
I'll second that
Well,
one.
hold on, I'm not finished. So the request would be that our city attorney would take a look at all of this and suggest a revision to the policy manual that passes legal muster. And it would, the chair would like it to consider prohibition of the use of non-city issued microphones or sound voice amplifiers by a council member or member of the public anywhere in city council chambers or room where a meeting is being held. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to item number 16, and this is reports from council members, committee reports, et cetera, from council members. Ms. Gomez, we're going to begin with you again.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm very vigilant when it comes to the community. I'm one of the more outspoken members who literally approaches every member that I can and attempt to be very welcoming when it comes to City Hall and any processes that most people may find a little bit more complex and difficult. I've always been open and I will continue to be open to allow members of our society to realize that these small positions are really here because we have large members in the community who are doing much more than the entire councilship could do with mustering its yes and its no and its maybe, and policies that may seem to a certain regard promising or the lack thereof. That's what I like to say. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I would just like to say that I enjoy having a nice discussion up here about the item that I had. It was productive. Nobody got out of line. I love a good, healthy discussion. And I want to congratulate Public Works on a fine job on 7th Street also. And I'm sure there are many more, not just Public Works, but good job, everybody.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, if you could please thank the Public Works Department, the Parks Department during the storms that buried our mountain folks. We did get an excessive amount of rain. They were out there on the weekend. I get it, it's their job, but they were also out there on their time to make it safe for our citizens to pass our streets safely. So thank them for, at least for me, I don't know if the rest of the council, yes? Okay.
I agree.
The rest of the council. Again, thank you very much for a job well done on the budget and everything, well put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, so first and foremost, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, thank you so much for attending in my stead the ribbon cutting and grand opening for Rockin' Our Disabilities. They have a new location here in Victorville, and we're so happy to have them. And I just want to say on a closing note that I am so thankful for a very productive and civil meeting this evening. It most certainly makes a difference to our community, and this is how it's done. So thank you to all of my colleagues. Let's hope this continues. And with that said, that concludes our business for our regular session. we will, as soon as I gavel this adjourned, we're going to go ahead with our adjourned closed session. So the regular session is adjourned.
Madam Mayor, can I announce the
Yes.
closed session items, please?
I was gonna do that next. So gonna go through the whole, because we're gonna open this now, right? So, all right, everyone, good evening. Today is Tuesday, March 7, 2023. The time is 8:08 PM. The adjourned closed session of today's regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City's Housing Assets Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Harriman,
Here.
Councilmember Irving,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. All right. Introduction to public comments. Madam Clerk, any request to speak on closed session items?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to now move on to the declaration of closed session items. Mr. DeBortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 5 items this evening. They are all existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. They all involve settlement discussions, and as such, giving further information at this time may jeopardize those discussions. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it at the conclusion of the closed session.
All right. Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. All right. With that said, we're going to go ahead and recess to closed session. I do want to make sure that the council members have at least a 5-minute recess to make it to closed session because we need a tiny bit of a break, if that makes sense. So technically we are now in recess to closed session and we'll return to the dais to make any necessary closed session announcements and to adjourn the meeting. 7 PM. Mr. DeBortnowski, do we have any closed session announcements to be made?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have no reportable action with respect to any of the 5 closed sessions that we had this evening involving existing litigation. There's no reportable action.
All right, with that said, there's no other business before us. The chair is going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting. And if everyone will kindly vacate council chambers within 10 minutes, that's 9:07. That's an order of the chair, as well as vacating City Hall so that the premises can be secured and cleaned for the evening.